Yesterday we have seen the input part and the output part, if you remember. To finish the input part, I open the VoIP IP1 that you have in the building B. This is a device where you can basically enable one or more VoIP IP instance, okay? And by this, we can create one page code and call a page code like with the console, the microphone console. What mean? This means that you basically enable how many lines you want, for example, just one. You can create how many situations. And when you call, for example, the ID 1001, you create the page into the page code 1. Okay. Here you can choose if you want the chime below. Other thing, welcome or other thing, and if you want to have a pin, and here you have all the configuration for the VoIP part. These are information that probably the IT men know instead to the configuration of the VoIP in your building. Okay.
Can you click on Advanced tab, Marco?
Yeah.
Can you click on the Advanced tab in the right bottom? Yeah.
Yeah. These are additional thing. The IP, the TFTP server mode. If you want to change the speed of the network, the kind of protocol, and other TOS or DIFSEC. I don't know very well this part because it's specific for the VoIP configuration, honestly. Okay.
Yeah, you can keep going.
Normally, when you insert this information is enough, okay? In particular, the IP and this part. Okay. These are a very important SNTP address to synchronize the time of the VoIP part with an automatic system for the timing. VoIP extension is all the information regarding the network, like a VoIP telephone. You write the extension 444, for example, display the name 444 audio control, audio, and all the other, the authentication name, the password, the proxy, the port, and all the other things. Okay. If you want, here there are other information, but basically not is very normally is enough that. Okay. These for each of these 4 different line. You can use 1 line or more, maximum 4 different line. What mean? Mean that you can have 4 virtual telephone that at the same moment call different zone in the building. Okay? And these are for the VoIP section. I go one moment into the amplifier the bigger amplifier, because yesterday I show you all this part, but I didn't show you the power. With the EA 8600, we can choose for each channel the power, and you choose from this menu. Of course, the total amount of this unit should be less of 2,400 watts, or equal to 2,400 watts. Okay. For example, if I put, over, the system show me that it's impossible to have that. Okay. For this reason, when you create the project or the configuration of the amplifier, it's important to understand and calculate the right power to each line. If we have ANC1, we need to enable the ANC1 to each zone. And in this case, we can go to associate this which ANC to that line. Like the other amplifier, we can have the filtering, the dynamic for limiter and compressor, speaker EQ, and delay. We have the level, like the other amplifier, alarm and log, and this other part that you have seen yesterday. The difference between this amplifier, the bigger, and the other amplifier is that you can choose in this case the, sorry, I move. In this case, you can choose power and with kind of the line for ohm, 6 ohm, 8 ohm, 70 volt or 100 volt. With the other kind of amplifier, for example, the 4-channel 300 watt or 8-channel 150 watt, we can choose only if 100 or 70 volt. Okay. This is the difference between the two kinds of amplifier. For the other thing, more or less the amplifier is the same. Of course, change the number of the channel, of course. Regarding the input output, more or less we have show all the thing. I show you the last one that is the VO4. Magari fai tu un processore così per cambiarlo un attimo. Ho già il software aperto.
Secondo dici?
No, il software c'è.
Ah, sì, no, ma
l'SM1 o l'SI16, quello che vuoi. This is the other device, the VO4E, and we use that in particular. We are in the building B. No, I go in the building E to show you and explain better, because this unit send the audio with 0 dB output at the loudspeaker, the active loudspeaker in Televox inside the pre-room. For this reason, this unit have a 0 dB level. This unit is more or less like an amplifier. If you see this part, more or less it's the same. You can choose which zone. Okay. You can choose which is the emergency zone. And here you have the filtering, dynamic, speaker, EQ, delay, contour, level, and the other thing. In addition, we have to enable or disable the first or secondary network port, the auxiliary power supply, one or the second, if the power supply is by PoE. And the other feature in the input-output logic. In addition, we have 4 input and 4 output. I mean, logic input and logic output that can help for some feature, some additional state or function. Okay. With this, we have finished to explain the input and output part. Now we talk of 2 other devices, in particular the LSE16 and the GPIO 1. I ask to. Okay.
Okay, let's talk about the GPIO. The GPIO it's an expansion of the system that allow us to introduce inside VOSIA schematics the possibility to manage the GPIO in input, as you can see from the tab on the left, and the output. From this specific window, we can set up the logic level and the topology of contact. So we can use TTL, high range monitored, which is a very important feature that is included in an EN54 certification, because you have to control the state of the contact. So if the contact is broken or if is in fault for some reason, the system reports the error. And the last configuration mode, which is contact closure. Sorry, just a moment, we have some artifact. Okay, okay. Then we can choose the active state of the single GPIO. So we can choose if the activation is linked with the high state, with the low state, or when the contact toggle from low to high or high to low. We can also assign a control event. So you can choose between a control handle, which allows us to report a GPIO input to a GPIO output in another expansion. For example, if you have to activate a LED or a signal on the field, you can transfer the GPIO from the input to the output by the control handle. Differently, you can activate a page code or a user input by the UI6 or UI8. You can also switch the system to mute or transfer the zone state as busy or not to the specific zone. You can also activate an emergency fault, an emergency zone alarm, and an emergency zone reset, which the last two are very important because with the first one, emergency zone alarm, you can activate an alarm in a specific zone, and then you have to reset the alarm with the second configuration, which is emergency zone reset. Okay, as you can see, once you activate the emergency zone alarm, you have the specific menu to choose the emergency zone and also the emergency message, which has been already uploaded on the system. Yes. Okay. For example, I selected the emergency zone A1, and I choose to play the emergency message 1. And this is the visualization of this face stop. Yes. The same. Oh, sorry. The mouse is quite low. Okay. In this way, I can use the GPIO2 to reset, so to stop the alarm state, the emergency state in the same zone. Obviously, you have to manage also the activation state of the contact if you have a different state for the contact. So normally closed or normally open. Okay.
With this contact, you can manage a lot of emergency zone or emergency kind of message for each zone.
Exactly.
For example, start the evacuation, finish the evacuation, go out, pay attention, or what do you want? Okay.
From the output point of view, you have more or less the same state that can be activated. You can also manage a pulse if you need a trigger for control some other device by GPIO. If you configure the pulse, obviously the pulse time is activated, so you can modify the pulse time, and you can select different control level. In this case, paging activity, control handle as before, emergency message, emergency indicator for report the state of a zone, and the page code. Obviously, also in this case, when you explicit the page code, sorry, you can assign one of the page codes that have been configured within the system and in which zone the page have to be activated.
For example, you can create, just to tell you, a synoptic with a lot LID.
Yeah.
And when you push the button for call a zone, automatically you switch on the LID of that zone.
Yeah. Here we have the control handle, which are really useful to manage, as I said before, the transfer of a GPI input to a GPI output in another device. So you can propagate a GPIO from VCS system to other third-party device always by GPIO.
This is more or less like a tunneling.
Yeah.
To have an input in rack 1 and the output in rack 5, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is really useful when the VCS system is quite decentralized. So you have several racks in a big building, and you can transfer the GPIO logic by the CobraNet configuration. Let's take a look to the option.
Good morning.
Please go.
Yeah.
For when we see the input or the output for the control name, we have devices or we have a contact from another systems. Could you give us a real example for from our project or?
For your project, you
Yes,
have
like here we have control input 1, control input 2. For real, if it is a message from another system or we have from the device, how can we?
The message is inside of the amplifier, of course, because the message for a security reason is inside of the amplifier.
No, from here. For example, when we precise that it's a contact closer or for the emergency zone, then we can say that the input are from CMSI or from the detection alarm or something like that. That normally it's that.
Yeah. We receive a contact from your fire alarm, and that contact start to send the emergency message in the correct zone.
Yes, from the input, it's an example. From the output, can you give us an example from?
You don't use that. You don't use that. Okay. You don't use the output, but sometimes some system ask to have a feedback, for example. Okay. When I close the input for the fire alarm, automatically the audio system start to send a message, and the fire alarm system receive a contact to show that the message is start, for example, okay? Or if you have another surveillance system, you can have a feedback from the VOCIA system by contact, and you understand if the message is start or not start, for example.
Normally,
Because-
we already have it in our project. We
Sorry?
use it. We use it in. Yes.
Yeah, but probably you don't use our output. You give us only the input.
Okay.
Honeywell system now, you have already a supervisor on your Honeywell system,
Yes.
okay?
But
And why you need another output for the Zira, the message is start, because we already receive
okay.
your supervisor.
We have
This
an example for Honeywell, but other examples.
example, we install in another place, another controller, Crestron, because we have another supervisor, the Zira can send between GPIO out another
Okay.
contact into the other
System.
supervisor system, and you have you can use the output, the GPIO on that system. If not, you already have in Honeywell, because you already have the supervisor Honeywell.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Okay.
Now we take a look to the LSI16E. The E at the end of the name identify that the device is an emergency device in this case. So if any emergency, come le cose.
L'SI16 è solo per
Però puoi anche farla non emergency. Ce n'era un modello che non lo era.
questa scheda con i 16 input in più.
Ah, ok. Okay. Okay. Here we have the four contact in the physical input. So in this, with these four contact, you can act the same as we see with the GPIO in terms of emergency activation. So you can assign the input 1 to the emergency zone 1, and then you can select a specific emergency message. In this case, the only that has been uploaded. At the same, in the same way, you can mute the emergency for the same zone or for another zone. In this case, the LSI16 is equipped by also an expansion, so with a 16 logic input that you can manually program differently. So you can assign, as you can see.
Aspetta che sposto quella corsia. So perché compare sempre. Vai.
Okay. So you can assign different function to a specific channel. As you can see, you have 16 channel of input, of logic input. So you can disable the logic, or you can engage an alarm, a fault state, reset an alarm state, reset all the alarm, or silence all the system. The logic level at which the system works is the same that we saw in the GPIO tab, so TTL, high range monitored, and contact closure. And we can also configure the active state from as low or high in terms of normally closed or normally open contact. When you select alarm or reset, as you can see from this configuration, you can select the emergency zone and the emergency message, both from alarm and reset. Questi servono?
No, mostrerei i GPIO indicator.
Ok. In this tab, you can monitor the state of the GPIO, and you with 5 different selection. So you can act as a normal GPIO, and you can spread within 5 different states. Okay.
The LSE16 is one of the 2 devices, the only 2 devices in Busia that can have an IP address.
Yes.
And you can enable this by the general tab, and you see,
So,
we can enable or disable, sorry, riprova. Sempre sta roba.
ma perché vai in primo piano quella roba lì?
Prova. Sorry, you don't see that. I didn't understand why.
C'è ancora quella là in alto. Prova a chiudere, perché adesso che da qua faccio fatica.
We try again.
No.
No, I didn't understand why you see black and not. Interrompo la condivisione e provo a rifarla. Interrompi condivisione. Okay, now work.
Ok.
Sorry, I move that.
Forse è un problema di visualizzazione.
Okay, go.
Okay. In this tab, you can select the type of VTP, so we see a text protocol connection type, and you can define a TCP connection, for example. And then you can define a specific IP, subnet, and gateway for manage the unit. You can also implement
Is a question? Have you a question?
No question, no question.
Okay,
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
You can create 4 TCP connection monitored, and in case of the monitoring, you write the, of course, the IP of the connection, and you can adding a username and password for security reason if you want. And in addition, you can choose if you have an emergency base station, and when you disconnect that paging station, the LSE16 show an alarm and a letter red to show that you have lost the paging desk for emergency. Okay. This is the one of the 2 device.
Marco,
Yeah.
can we see what's on the virtual input?
Virtual input, yeah, we can do. Oh. The virtual input is it's like, do you remember before you can create this virtual input, okay? And the virtual input could be recall from TCP command.
Basically, it acts like a GPIO, but it's engaged by the TCP connection.
Or serial port.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to configure it, you should have some repository, or it use the repository of the emergency. As I can see, it is an emergency zone here.
Yeah.
For start an emergency message, you can use the contact, okay? And I show you how to program that part. And this is the simple way to engage a message, an emergency message, okay? But if you have a huge number of message, zone, and many, 100, for example, with the contact is very complicated, okay? The other way to do that is use a TCP command or a serial port. How we can create that? By that, we can create a virtual logic input, okay? And you program like the other, but for engage this virtual input, you need a serial command on a TCP command. Clear?
Yeah, can we have an example of a serial command that you're saying?
Forever, one moment. I need to go in my PC. Sorry, but I increased the resolution of my screen to show you, and not so simple to check all because I didn't see all.
Yeah, okay, take your time.
To create a virtual, to recall a virtual input, you need to use this command by TCP or by serial port, okay? In this command, you have all the information to create the how to create the command, okay? And in particular, which is the correct command to send. This is the manual to create the the right command. Virtual input detail ID name for configuring.
Marco, where do we put this command?
By TCP or by serial port?
Yeah, but why? Where? In which device, or there is some console to? As I can see, it is an XML file, so we should upload it somewhere.
You need an external system that send this string.
Okay.
You have your PC, your fire alarm, your I don't know, your box, and your box send this string to recall the virtual input inside of LSE16.
Okay.
This is a second way to recall or play a message of emergency message. The first way is by contact. The second way is by serial port or TCP command. Clear?
Clear, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. And here there are the VOCIA BTP command with all the protocol for send or receive information from to the VOCIA system. It's important to understand that this protocol, this command, we don't see directly to the amplifier or to the microphone, but we can see only a two device. One is the LSC16, because it's the one of device that have IP address, or the same command into the serial port. Okay. The second device is the MS1. Now we show you the MS1.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I close this. No, I. If we need
open.
After, we have open. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay.
And here we can create 100 virtual input. How many you want? Okay.
Okay. Let's talk about MS1E. MS1E, as we described yesterday, is the processor, the server within the system, which allow the reconfiguration of the system and the upload of the message file. Here you have the general configuration. This is the TCP address of the unit. And with this IP address, you can access the whole system by connect your PC by the port 1 of the MS1. Alternatively, obviously, you can connect this port to a switch, and then you can access and discover all the system by this connection. Here you can enable the VoIP section, and you can configure the SIP username and password, and the same with the VoIP network settings below. You can also activate the control network connection to perform interword paging, so you can use port 1. Differently, you can use the dedicated live streaming for interword paging, which is configured by default in the LAN 4 port. Okay. This is related to the 4 LAN ports on the back panel of the unit. Here we have the preamble, so the chime uploaded in the system, and you can configure the minimum and maximum priority for the preamble. As you can see, once you uploaded a file inside the MS1, you have all the audio data in the file name, because the upload procedure allow us to normalize or to determine a specific volume level for the file. VoIP is disabled in this case, but we have to enable in the general tab, but is not enabled.
Perché stiamo usando the VoIP extension of the MS1 can use can be used, like an external or for calling by interword system. In this case, we use by interword system, and for this reason,
Is disabled.
is disable the VoIP extension.
The same for voice option, obviously, and from voice prompt. So all the function connected to the VoIP configuration. Okay, you can here you can configure email settings for email notification, so you can select a specific email address for receive the log or the fault of the system. Differently, you can relay by the SMTP server, and here you have the related configuration.
I would like to explain you one important thing. If you have a small system like few amplifier, one microphone, or not is important how big, but only one word, you cannot need of the MS1. When you have more of one word, also if you have a very small system, one amplifier, one device, one microphone, and one amplifier, one device in another word, when you have two words, you need a server, or better, one for each word, MS1. The server MS1 need to have the communication between the two words of the system. When you have a server MS1, by your computer, or what, your computer or any computer, you don't connect the computer at the Kubernetes VLAN, but you connect your computer at the control port of the server, and the server is the bridge to go inside of all the amplifier and all the device. This is a stranger concept, but it's important that you know and you understand that. If I connect, sorry, I close that. If I want to see only the building R, I can connect in the VLAN of the covenant. But in this case, I cannot see all the other things, all the other words. To see the other, I need to connect in the control port of the MS1. It's clear? Okay. Have you question?
Marco, I have a question. Do you have some scheme to see the position of all this device in Grand Mosque? Dolgy.
Yeah, we
Device
have
and
all this.
cabling and zones.
You have all the schematic, and you have received the schematic. I show you, but you have this schematic. One moment.
Teleconferenza un bel test per lo schedule.
For example, this is the schematic of the building C with all the parking, where you can see, for example, this is the main, where you have the two switch, you have the player, the V6 interface, the LSE 16 with all the contacts, the amplifier, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the technical central in S10 478. Okay.
Marco, please, can
But
you open the modello, to show us even the speakers? Voilà. Look, هنايا عندك.
it's very big. I can show you, but it's a huge number of the speaker. Okay, and you find this line reference, okay, with all the speaker connector, okay, and this line, for example, line 3A is connected at this amplifier, and this amplifier is in 3A, okay. You find in the Vosia VA number 1, okay, and this is the line link 1. If we go, for example, in our system, the building C, amplifier 1, you see that you find the right name of the technical room, okay, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 6, okay, and the number 1, you see line 3A007 is like this line 3A007. Okay? Clear?
It's clear. Can you please show us the architecture of enter building, enter world?
We don't have a scheme of all the building, all the building. What do you mean?
The connection between the building, enter building.
I don't know if I have that scheme.
Okay.
Wait. Because probably I have, but I need to check where. Could be that an idea?
Yes. Yes, yes.
This is the fiber optic cabling by the different building. Probably here is missing a layer or something else. Okay. Where we see the connection of the fiber optic between the different building. But this is only the fiber optic. Okay.
Okay.
This was your question, or
Yeah, that was the question. Yeah.
I replay your question correctly?
Yeah, that was the question. Thank you, Marco.
Okay.
ما في برتاحهم والله.
Regarding the MS1, the important thing is to adding the IP address, okay? And the other thing is pay attention at have different no ID could be the same because you recognize the MS1 by the IP, and the ID in this particular situation could be the same for a lot of different devices. But if you have two devices inside of the same word, it's important to change this ID. Okay. The important thing regarding the ID is inside of the same word. The ID need to be different. If you have one amplifier, for example, here, and one amplifier here with the same ID, not is a problem because are in two different VLAN. Okay? Ok. Vuoi provare a collegarti tu? Mi collego io.
No, meglio sto prendendo.
Now, I would like to show you how we connect to the system. Do you prefer have a small break or go on?
We continue, Marco.
Okay. now I close this project and I create a new test training. Okay. Now I have create just a layout empty, without nothing. Ok? Puoi fare tu sto parte qua che magari la sai fare meglio, come discover, cioè discovery, eccetera. Ce la fai là, ci posso PC.
Okay. Now we have configured some devices on our table, as you can see from the camera, and we try to connect to the system by extracting by discovering the online device. To perform this activity, first of all, we have to go online with the system.
Sopra.
Okay, but at the moment, as you can see, we don't have any device inside the layout. So we have to discover the device that are online, and I see that you see the devices that are connected at the switch to the switch at the moment. So wall mount paging microphone, an input device, and an amplifier. So I can select all the device that the system discovered, and then I can include in the project. Obviously, at this point, the system checks that all the firmware version are properly aligned to the software version and to all the devices involved. You will always find 1.8.1, which is the last firmware available at the moment.
I don't know if you have that or probably you have the preview version 1.7, but not is so different between one or the other version.
Yeah.
I suggest that if you have that version, use that, and inside the PC, inside of the technical room, you have installed the VCR software in the PC. The right version, sorry.
Yeah. At this point, we have the system with the proper device included. You can see the individual ID. This is the same ID that you find in the back panel by the MSB and LSB pot. But the devices are not configured. And as you can see, the device configuration is newer respect to the software configuration. To align this, we have to extract the configuration from system and from the installed device. I can click begin extraction, and the acquisition is complete when the system shows the message. Now all the sync configuration tab are green, so we can start working online on the system. So any change that I apply at this moment will act in real time. For example, if I go into the Word and I take a look, if I go into the amplifier, I can use the level live control. And this is the actual state of the 4-channel output of the system. occupied zone. Obviously, these devices are new, so there is no zone and no configuration inside the word. So I go into the zones and I configure, for example, an emergency zone, which is mandatory for the system.
Marco,
Yeah.
why the VI6 and WS10 have the same ID?
Because are two different devices and you can have the same ID for different kind of unit. For example, if you have another VI6, the second one will have ID 2. The same for VS10, the second unit will have ID 2. Okay, but inside the ID depends on the specific kind of device.
Okay, thank you.
The important thing is inside one word, we cannot have two similar devices, the same model of amplifier, the same model of paging station, the same model, what you want, with the same ID. Okay. You can see the same ID at a different device.
Exactly.
Inside the same VLAN.
Okay. The properties for the emergency zone are obviously the ID, which is automatically filled, the name that I can modify if needed, and the category that you have to manually add. I add another zone just to show the difference. Okay. And then I switch to the emergency page code to use the wall mount page. Okay. This is the code that you have to manually type within the keyboard in the microphone station. Okay. And then in the emergency zone tab, you can define in which of the two configured zone the emergency code have to be routed. I try to make two different emergency code in two different emergency zone. Okay. As you can see, the configuration of the zone and the paging code for emergency situation have to be applied in the word properties. So no device is involved in this configuring this first step configuration. I talked about emergency zone and emergency page code because it's mandatory for the system to define at least one emergency zone through the compilation of the compiling, sorry, of the file will not end in a positive way. You can obviously you can also configure no emergency zone and no page code. Okay, no emergency page code to reach a specific zone.
Okay, ne facciamo.
Okay. I can configure a zone. As you can see, you have to specify which input channel will act as background music source for this zone. I can also activate local input to use the local input of the system. Okay.
È un page code per fare bene.
Sì, sì. Now I will create a non-emergency page code for the whole system. Okay. You see that here we have some option for paging. This is the most important one, which define if the paging is in live mode or in pre-recorded. So if I have to play a message. I can activate the preamble, so the time note. I can also define the auto repeat if I have choose a pre-recorded message. I can delay the release of the play of the message. And you can also activate the store and forward just in case the system will detect equal priorities paging. So the second message will be stored and play in a second moment. The zone tab is very important because in this way I have to select in which zone non-emergency, you see the difference between the emergency zone and non-emergency zone, have to be routed. Ok.
Facciamo vedere come scarichiamo.
Bisogna configurare l'amplificatore. Now I have to assign the zone to the physical channel of the amplifier. Here we have the configuration of the single channel. We can decide if it works in constant voltage or in low impedance. And here we have the standard zone, so the zone 1, which includes all the system or channel 1, and the emergency zone that is the zone 1, for example, because the section of the system has been defined in this way. The same I can act for the second channel. And for example, in this case, I routed to the emergency zone 2.
Just to show, do you want to create a second zone and a second paging code and
okay.
Just
come back to the word. So I create zone 2 with the same ground channel input. For example, this is not in.
And you create a 3 paging code.
Okay, one for zone 1, one for zone 2, and one for the whole system. Yeah, this is the typical setup for a system like a simple system like this. Okay. Come back to the amplifier. So in this way, you can see how is the process to create zone and to assign the zone to the amplifier. Okay. Now I save the configuration, and I switch to the microphone base. You see that we can assign the free page code to the microphone station. Okay, and here we can select the preamble. At the moment, we have no preamble available in the system because we have not uploaded none of them. Okay, let's try to transfer the configuration to the system with this function. Okay, you see that the emergency zone 1 must be assigned at least on LSE16. In this case, we don't have this device, so we cannot configure emergency zone in this case because we don't have the LSE16. Yeah. So I switch back to the word and I correct this error. Oh, sorry. And let's try again to send the configuration. Okay. You see the yellow message here that is warning us that one or more device will need to be reconfigured. So for sometimes the unit will not respond, will not play. And I start begin upgrade.
Just to tell you, if you have a system already working, for example, in an airport, for example, or your system, if there are a calling in that moment, the system upload the system, but wait when the calling is finished. Just to don't have the problem with have at the same time a disconnection of the calling, the announcement. Now, if Matteo go in the page of the amplifier,
Okay. And then I go to level live control.
I go with the first channel I'm talking. Yeah.
Marco,
question?
can we have a real example here? We use some zone which is empty and we do our examples.
I didn't understand. I tried to show you what we have done now.
Yes, this is a real example with a 4-channel amplifier, 2-zone configured, the one on channel 1, which is the one that Marco has.
And I page code 1.
I meant for our projects, yeah, for the example
okay,
here.
Sorry. Per il loro progetto.
But this is a simple example of a 2-channel. You have 100 and 100 channel. I cannot show you 100 and 100 channel. I just show you how to configuring 2-channel in this moment, to explain you how to do that. Okay.
Not now.
I have shown.
When we finish the example here, we go to the real world example. Is it possible?
Okay. Yeah, I can show you, but offline.
Yeah, this is the only way to show you the online behavior of the system because we have the unit on our desk. And obviously they are not the same that you have in your system because it's too big to replicate.
I would like to show you, go online and show what you see from the system when is enabled, when is a switch on. Okay. Right now I'm talking from the paging code 1. Now I change the page code with the second one, and I push the second button, okay, and you see the second zone, and I go in zone 3, page 3, sorry, and theoretically we see the both audio in the 2 channel. Okay, just to show you an example. Okay. Now I would like to show you how we can connect from not the covenant, but by the MS1 into the control port. Okay. Right now the MS1 is a disconnect. accendiamo, verifichiamo l'indirizzo IP e proviamo a buttarlo dentro, giusto? Sì. Now we switch on the MS1. No, è sempre collegato allo switch.
Quindi si ti devi mettere nella sua range di IP per vederla.
Prima dobbiamo vedere che IP ha. Now we disconnect from the system and we check MSI device. We go.
Maybe we have to wait that the unit boot up. Bisogna collegare questo forse.
Però dovremmo vederlo dal coverlet.
Però questo è il cover.
Il coverlet. Sorry, we connect wrong cable. Coverlet nella 1, giusto?
No, sbaglio.
Coverlet nella 2. Sorry, I connected the wrong port.
Okay, as you can see, we are using Kubernetes network to discover the unit, so no IP based, while the MS1 is one of the device that can have a control IP. And you see here the default IP address. If you want to discover the system by IP, you have to configure your PC in the same subnet, and you can connect to the port 1 of the MS1, while all the other devices communicate with the MS1 by the LAN port 2, which is dedicated to Kubernetes. This is the easiest way to discover the IP and to configure your PC properly without knowing the IP of the unit. Ok, possiamo lasciarla così. If you want to change, obviously, the IP, you can.
Si potrebbe aspettare in che IP sono.
Now we try to adapt the IP of the MS1 to the IP of Marco's PC.
Ricordo più, ma posso anche modificare. Io sono sulla 0.120, ma posso anche modificarlo.
Okay. Okay, now we are on the same network. And we can include porca miseria, si è chiuso tutto. Sorry. Okay. So I can rediscover the discovered device window, but I am offline. So before I have to go online, the system.
We have some mosquito. Do you have the mosquito? Do you want something?
Okay, now the MS1 appears in the discovered device I include in the project. And then I have also the possibility to configure the unit physically. Okay. Once you have included in the project, you can also change the IP within this window.
You see problem because I changed the resolution of my PC and it's completely changed all the configuration of the screen. Right now, to connect to the system, we need to connect by the control port of MS1.
So I transfer the configuration.
Ecco.
sta riconfigurando tutto, se no dopo non te lo trovi più. Ok, è andato tutto offline. No, è andato tutto offline.
Adesso ci dobbiamo connettere tramite
S1. Si è proprio bloccato.
ok. Again.
Just a moment. Okay. And as you can see in the lower bar of the software, the network switched from Cobranet to EP. So now we are communicating with the system by the TCP/IP connection, and the transfer is complete. Don't worry about the red alert on the amplifier. Obviously, is detecting that no speaker are connected to the line. Ok. Siamo a posto. Now, if you agree, we can take a little break for a coffee or something similar, and then we go on with the agenda.
Yeah. All the configuration that you have asked. Do you have a question?
I know you.
Question
I
is
know
coming.
You are always ready for the question. I like because it is the unique one, make always stuck.
Yes, Marco, good morning.
Hi.
I have 3 questions. The first one, in the first connection to the Vishia system with your PC,
Yeah.
normally you use the CobraNet protocol to discover the equipment inside this your project.
Yeah.
But in your
This
PC,
is the this is the first.
Go ahead.
This is the first step by Kubernetes. When you have a C by Kubernetes, or better, by Kubernetes, you can connect and see the IP of the MS1. Okay, you can go and connecting by IP control of the MS1.
Yeah, for this step it's clear. The first step, when there is no MS1.
Yeah.
And you told us yesterday that there is no configuration inside the switch.
Yeah.
So you connect your equipment to the switch and your PC to the switch. The other equipment use CobraNet, but your switch have a normal network port.
Yeah.
So with TCP/IP.
You don't need any IP address. By Kubernetes, you don't need any IP address.
I want to understand the concept between your PC. How can discover other equipment that work in different protocol?
The Vosia system check when I go by Kubernetes, check the MAC address of the peak audio device.
So there is a database inside your system for this.
Yeah, because I explained you yesterday, peak audio have a reservation MAC address range, okay, and inside that range, the software check if there are this kind of MAC address device.
Okay.
Okay,
vendor
go with the second question.
The second question, it's about the firmware and the compatibility between version.
Yeah,
So if for example we want to discover a system and we don't know the firmware inside this equipment.
the firmware is shown directly by the software. You see the last column. Okay.
But it should be the same inside the other asset.
Yeah.
Because I saw when you start your configuration there was a problem with the version. For example, now you can't connect to our system in the mosque because of this point or what?
If I use a different kind of software of the device, okay. For example, your system is 1.7, okay?
Okay.
And my software is 1.8. I can connect and read your configuration, no problem. If I want to change that, I need to reconfiguring your system, correct?
Yeah.
In that moment, the software tell me that the device have a different firmware compared with my software. And in that moment, the software asks me to upload the new firmware. Okay? And automatically, the software start to upload all the system. Pay attention that this operation sometimes ask a few minutes, but sometimes ask some hours when you have a lot of device. Okay.
In this step, and it's will be my third question. If we want to update the firmware, we download the firmware inside our system, and after the system do the other steps, or could you tell us how we can do the updates of the firmware?
When you download the VCS software, inside the software there are the firmware. Okay.
Okay.
Inside the software. You want, if you want, you can go to the tools, update firmware, and that I chose that I can upload the firmware of the device that aren't with the last version firmware.
And if I want to update my system version,
yeah,
it's the same.
It's the same.
No, we need no license for this.
No, any license. But update the firmware not is so interesting because sometime or this kind of system don't have additional feature, a lot additional feature. Not is like your phone, okay?
Okay.
And from my point of view, don't waste time to update the firmware if all the system is at the same firmware. Because you don't have additional interesting feature. You understand?
So it's better to stay in the same.
Yeah. From my point of view, yeah.
all the equipment the same.
Clear. Thank you, Marco.
Okay. The important thing is what I would like to explain you is the two way to connect at the system. One way is by IP and pass through the server. When we connect by the server, automatically we can see one or more word, in your situation, all the building. If we connect by Kubernetes side, we can see only one part of the total amount of the system. Okay? I hope you have understand this small particular thing. Now we have show you
Can you repeat, Marco?
how we repeat. Sorry.
Yeah, please. Can you repeat the last part?
Okay. Basically, I go one moment into the presentation just to help by the presentation yesterday. Qual era questa? Basically, you remember this configuration of yesterday? If I connect in that switch, I see only this part. And in this situation, we see the device by the network, the Kubernetes protocol, okay, by MAC address. If we connect in that side, okay, here, we don't see directly the Vosia device, but we see the MS1, and MS1 is the device that creates the bridge between Vosia device and all the other devices. For this reason, in the software, we need to choose here. Do you see my screen? Yeah. If I want to go by IP or by Kubernetes. Then, if we are connected in the Kubernetes VLAN or in the IP VLAN. Now is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, good, fantastic. If you want, we can show again your configuration. Before the break, you asked me to see your configuration, correct?
Yes. Online,
I
if
switch off.
possible, yeah. To do
Yeah,
some example.
but I can show you not online, but only offline.
Offline, we can't see. We can't do some real example to see how it works.
But I cannot connect at your system. I can show you offline. Is okay for you?
Offline, we see it yesterday. We have saw
Yeah.
this yesterday.
I cannot connect at your system. I'm not here with you.
I think you can have some team viewer or something remote.
I don't have the access, and Yes, I can do, but when some people connect the PC to internet, but not is always connect to the internet to your PC.
Yeah.
I didn't have that, but if you give me, I can show you.
Okay. Marco, I think they need. We'll see with Marco for this part. He will send you what you need.
Marco, are you here? La connessione ma non l'abbiamo.
Non so, abbiamo fatto 50 supporti.
Marco, ti posso mandare su WhatsApp ID e password del PC sotto?
Ma è collegato alla rete?
Sì, sì, è collegato a internet.
E con cosa entrerei? Con TeamViewer?
Come vuoi, TeamViewer o AnyDesk, quello che preferisci tu.
Se c'è AnyDesk preferirei.
AnyDesk, te lo mando.
Perfetto.
Funziona con AnyDesk.
L'unico che mi funziona.
Non so neanche pensare.
Per questo che io non voglio mollare il mio PC.
Ma a me anche il Mac è tutto quanto più avanti. Installare un'estensione ancora meglio.
Oggi abbiamo 5 donne, ieri era 4. Cosa? Ieri era 4.
Ah sì, è vero che sono aumentati. Saprei dirti. Sta un po' attenti perché così diventa un'altra roba, che non saltino fuori, fa così, fa colà.
Okay, I try to show you the AnyDesk.
Ok.
Do you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Ok.
Okay. Basically, you see that we are connected at the MS1 because you see that we have the green part here, and by the MS1 we going inside at each building. Okay, we can see this device is offline, probably is a switch off. And also we have this device offline, probably disconnect. Okay.
The kernel version is the same. You see 181. That means the software.
Are you
Compliant.
talking with me?
No, 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 no. That was.
Vai pure avanti.
Okay. Okay. For example, we can see the building M. The building M have only only 4 zones. Okay. They are created this page code. Okay. And you can see that from this building, build M, this is the general call, and we call all the zone of all the building. The page code A is the building A, all the zone. The page code B go to the building B for all the zone, and like the same for the other building. We have only one emergency message and 3 different emergency zone. Okay. And 4 different emergency call for this building. Pay attention that the emergency zone and the emergency call is only inside of the building, non interword like the general call. Okay, this is another important thing to explain. Okay. If we go to the amplifier, we can see that we have one amplifier with zone 1 and the emergency zone M1. And the second amplifier have the other 2, zone 2 and zone 3, and the other kind of a zone for the emergency. Okay. Here we have the LS1, where we have this configuration. The input 1 recall the message 1 into the zone M1. The contact 3 recall the message 1 into the PSS zone, and then contact 5 recall the message 1 in the zone DGSN. Similar at this, the contact 2, 4, and 6 reset the message because have the reset of the message. Okay. Here we can see the status of each contact, if is active, or in this case we have active the general fault, because we have a system fault and patch fault. If we see this word, you see that probably we have a problem in this amplifier. Check what is the problem. If I go, I can see in the alarm log, okay, critical, this is a audio patch. Probably one of the port is not connected. The network interface is now bad. Probably one of the two ports is disconnected, or there are something that don't work correctly. In addition, we have a ground fault in the line number 4. What means that? Probably we are a cable that touch or have a problem in the contact with the ground. One of the pin of the channel 4 is connected, or there are a resistant to the ground floor in this, in channel 4. Because all the other thing is correct. Okay, clear?
Yeah, clear. Yeah.
Okay. We check this other amplifier just to show you. And sorry, alarm. Here we have the number 5, 6, 7. We have probably something in this amplifier in the number 5, 6, 7 slot. Probably that amplifier have some problem. Okay. This is offline. We don't see that. I try to check this amplifier again. Sorry. Here we have a short circuit in the line 1. This amplifier, the line 1, have a short circuit. And in the speaker line 8, there are a speaker line fault. This means that probably there are something in the exchange in the amplifier line compared with the first state that the system have a picture. Other thing, you see that all the device have the same firmware. For you is okay. Okay. Other thing in the tools, you can have the updated firmware. I show you. Set the work time. We can change, or in this case, no, because it is the configuring the NTP protocol to synchronize the time of the system with the clock. Word control and if you have additional control, but normally you don't have. This is another situation when we want to see by you ever see before the covenant check. Okay. Other thing is manager rule. You can create some user, and for each user you can create a password to access to this with this password, and you can change the system password. At the end, you can have all the report, for example, the word. If you want to have a situation, for example, here you have the building M have this situation, building B this situation. This is more or less the list of all the devices that you have in your system. Okay, this is the word, but you can have for each kind of sheet. For example, do you want the list of all the zone? You can use that to create the list of all the zone in your system. Building M for zone, building B, you have the clear situation of your system. Okay? At the data of today. Okay? If you need something about one thing, you can use the help of the software. For example, if I want to check the configuration of the VE6 audio and input configuration, I go here and I can read this part to check. Okay. Last but not least, when you use the background music channel, okay, basically you don't use that. But in case you want to use, for example, if we want to enable in the parking the background music, okay, you can go in the right zone, okay. For example, zone 8, 12, what do you want, okay. You go in the live and micro, this part. Sorry, not in this part. We go in the building C, right click, configure. And here, when you are connected to the system, you have enabled this tab, audio and live control. When you go in that, you can select, now not is working go find, but I try to go, for example, in building F, okay. Why don't I see?
È stata fatta qualche modifica. Abstract, sì. C'è qualcosa aperto sotto, prova a ridurre la barra questo.
I don't know if there are other things open. In the software, sorry.
Sembrerebbe una roba da VC.
There are something here that
Vedi che ci sono due finestre.
ok.
Sì. Ce n'erano 3-4.
Was a lot now theoretically extract configuration just to see what is correctly in this moment, the real situation in this moment. Now the software asking at each building to receive the real configuration of the system. Your system is a very big system and that need time to receive all the information. In particular, building B, C, and E is the bigger and need time. The last two building, C and B, with the more amplified.
Sono quelli più impegnati, diciamo.
The building C, if I don't wrong, have 3 or 4 different technical room with about 20 amplifier, more or less. Okay. Now the software have acquired all the information from your system.
The actual state.
The actual state of your system. For example, was in the building F, I configure the word, and here, theoretically, we can enable, and here is already enabled, the background music in the zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, or zone 4, and move the volume of the BGM channel. If you remember yesterday, we show you the WR1 panel control. With that panel, you can move this volume for each zone. Or another way is control this volume by external control system by VTP command, and you send a VTP command to increase or decrease this volume. Okay. It's important that if you need, for example, in building A, I don't know if now I can do here. Yeah, I can do. You have for each zone which channel is connected for background and the real volume for each zone. Okay. Yesterday, Marco asked me to check if we can send the prior message at midday or the time that normally you see, normally you send from the Minueto, also send the same message inside the parking, the horn inside of the parking. For do that, probably we need to have in the parking is the building C, okay? Enable, for example, an additional input here, okay? For example, input 3, 4, 5, I don't know, okay? And in that input, send the message by the imam, okay? In this situation, we need to configure the zone that we want, okay? With, you see that zone don't have the input channel connected, but we can send this background music like a message, okay, into the horn of the parking. This probably is the way to do that. Now I need to check if we can manage the signal directly in the technical room inside the building C. I'm checking if we have other device or how can do that. Okay. I don't know if I replay all your question or your doubts. If you have, don't hesitate to do that now. I'm here.
Always.
Marco, please.
Yeah.
Could you go to tools? And I saw one point that non-Vishia CobraNet config. In tools.
Tools no.
This,
Yeah.
I show you this, but not connected to the system. What is that? Okay. I jump in my PC.
Because
I disconnect.
when I saw this, I understand that there is a possibility to have a third part. For example, here
Yeah.
in the same question of Marco and my colleague, if there is a possibility to have the same message in real life from other system like Tezera and put this like a message in building C and other buildings.
Yeah. Yes and no. I try explain you that. but now I see Ahmed and I can kill Ahmed. I can tell that.
Poi delegate.
Ahmed, I'm joking. I'm joking. I disconnect one moment my PC from the AnyDesk, and I show you from my PC the Vosia again, okay, to explain the concept of the Vosia component input.
Ahmed, they asked me to show the rack, how they are cable.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Pay attention. When we talk about of the covenant input, okay, it's important you remember that concept. If I want to talk with the Vosia device in covenant, I must be inside this VLAN or this VLAN or this VLAN or this VLAN, okay? Clear?
Yeah.
Okay. For this reason, if I want to send or receive a channel covenant, I must connect inside the VLAN of the covenant, not in the red VLAN where we have the control. Okay?
Yeah, but if we do the configuration for this input as, for example, a line or a zone input in the word, for example, building A, we can do the configuration for page in building D and select the same zone on building A. It will be the same.
Yeah, but the bundle inside the building A not is in the building C. It's completely separate. You understand?
Yeah, so we can do it in the same building.
Yeah, only inside the single building. Okay?
Okay.
Tell this important thing. If I want to the building A, I change the resolution of my screen to show better. You see better?
Yeah.
I can configure into the sorry, because gli ingressi Covenant che però non riesco a vederli perché forse ho cambiato risoluzione, non mi fa comparire l'ultimo qua. Sorry, I changed the resolution. And I did.
Sono sotto, la voce è sotto.
I cannot change the resolution because if I change, don't see that. Sorry. Here
No problem.
we have the Vosia covenant. CN is a covenant input. in this tab, I can enable a bundle with how many channels from other system. Okay? From Tesira system, for example. This is channel 1. For example, could be radio. This could be television. This could be, I don't know, web radio. This is the weather information. I don't know. Okay. And you create this bundle. Okay. Now, when you go inside of the single zone, for each zone, you can enable or disable to receive this additional channel. Okay. Now, if I go in the network, tools, non-BOSIA covenant device, I find the covenant input here. For this reason, here I need to create a new non-BOSIA covenant device because it's an external device. And in the external device, I enable this channel. Okay. Covered background input or local covenant input. In this case, it is a covenant background input assigned, and automatically he recognizes that I have created the bundle number 1 and the bundle size, how many channels, is 5. Okay. We can use another kind of covenant channel from other system. We can use directly in the amplifier. When you open the amplifier configuration, here we have additional covenant input. What means that? This means that this amplifier, the VA8150 number 1, okay, can receive in the channel 1 the bundle number 40319, channel 1, channel 2, channel 3, 4, 6, and so on. Okay. If I save, for example, here we enable all the 6 channels. When I save that and go again in the non-BOSIA covenant device, I find another kind of covenant input. This is a local covenant input. Here, need an additional channel. Here, select covenant local input. Here, enable that because it's associated at the amplifier number 41. And automatically the system show me the bundle number 40319 and the number of a channel, 6 channel. Okay. And now I push OK. This is the non-BOSIA covenant device tools is just a overview of the number of the input that we can use in this building A. If you see, we can have at a maximum 16 bundle in input and 16 output bundle. Now I show you the output bundle. Why? Yesterday I explained you that in a device, a system, we can have at the maximum 32 channel, and we can have maximum 16 bundle. This is why we have 16 row in this situation. Okay. Now I show you the output channel could be done by the VO4, for example. If I double click here, we can enable the input for this zone, but if we go in the option, we can enable the output in this block. And when I flag this option, automatically we enable the number bundle 6837. Okay, I save that and I come back to non-Bosia covenant device, and you see here we have a new covenant output. Now I enable covenant output VO4, and automatically you show the number of the bundle and the how many channel is done this bundle. Okay. We don't have the BE8 because the other device that can create the output is the BE8, but you don't have, and I cannot show you that. We don't have other device that can create the output bundle. I have replayed your question.
Yes, Marco, thanks.
Okay. Have you other question, doubts? What do you want? Don't hesitate. Important thing that this non-Vosia covenant device is configuring or is a table, one for each building. Okay, this is the building A, and this panel explain me that we are using external channel 12 input transmission and 2 in receiver channel. But if I go to the building, sorry, building B and select non-Bosia device, you see that we don't have nothing because it's empty in building B. For this reason, I explain you that this configuration of the covenant channel, non-Bosia covenant channel, is for each VLAN of each building. Okay? And is different from building C and from all the other buildings. Okay?
Marco, please.
Yeah.
If we want to connect, for example, two buildings without MS1, is it possible or not? And what's
No.
the requirement? It's
No,
according
no,
to the
not-
it's according to the distance, or there is any other points for that?
When you, for example, building A and building B, okay, if you want to remove the LS1, sorry, the MS1 in each building, the building A, building B will be only one word, okay? But if you lost one sorry, normally what is the concept of the word? The concept of the word is a system independently of the other system. A word is an independent system from another word in the network. If we remove the MS1 in the building A and create a single VLAN for building A and building B, for example, what happened? That all the device in the building A, building B is in the same world. This means that we have one LSE16 for all the world. We can have at maximum 4 LSE16 in each world, okay? But in this case, you have a very big system together. If you lost one device or the other device, you compromise a lot of device, okay? In other hand, if you use one building with one MS1, you be sure that all that building is independently from the other. Okay?
Yeah.
This is the important thing, the important concept, because each building could work alone if lost the communication with the other building. Okay?
Yeah, I understand. But another example for if we want to have some asset in different building in other buildings, is there any possibility to have it in the same VLAN of Cobranet in the other building?
No. No. Not is possible because this is the philosophy of the Vosia. Each word independently VLAN. This is the philosophy of Vosia. Why? Because is a system where we don't have a central DSP, but we have the centraling power of DSP, and all the device use not the Kubernetes unicast bundle, but all the device use the multicast bundle, one to everyone. For this reason, we cannot use or we cannot put together two VLAN because we decrease a lot the number of the possibility zone call and configuring system. Okay, for this reason, they create the concept of the word to isolate a Kubernetes standalone system and have the maximum number of the channel into the multicast bundle, because we can have only 32 multicast channel together. This is the reason why Biamp chose to use a VLAN inside of the word. Have you understand, more or less?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Your question to have a unique VLAN was to have all together, or why?
No, I was just thinking about the first question. If there is no choice to have a third-party Kubernetes protocol in different building, so I thought that we might connect them directly using not the IP VLAN, but the Kubernetes VLAN to have it in the other building.
Yeah,
It's
I understand.
physically connection.
No, yeah, not is possible directly. Not is possible directly. You can have, for example, a single Tesila to each building that talk by Kubernetes with the Vosia. But
We don't have this choice in our case.
No,
Tesera is only in
no.
building A.
Yeah, only the building A you have this situation, but you don't need that theoretically. You can call from a paging desk all the building, like from the building M, for example, but the background music is locally, okay? You can put, for example, in each building, the background music locally. For example, if you want to share in all the mosquea the same background music, you can create a parallel system, okay, with several output for each building, and that output go inside of the VE6, for example. This is a very simple way to solve your question.
I have another idea. I don't know if it's possible or not. We can have
Yeah.
a VoIP, a SIP call between words.
More or less, you can receive the VoIP call. Yes.
I saw in the panel configuration that there is a normal SIP account that you can have a call like all the IPBX servers. So if we have the VoIP as input, a VoIP call
Yeah.
as input.
you can have a two-way to have the VoIP input inside each word, but you can only receive the call. Okay,
Yeah,
you cannot
it's our case.
send. Okay, you can have a two-way. One way is by the VoIP device, this device. Okay, and I show you this morning how we can configure this device. Okay,
I think it's the same SIP account and password.
yeah, you can configure that. The second way is disable the interwork calling between the building, but this feature you are using now, okay? And enable inside the third port of the MS1, okay, the VoIP. Do you see?
Yes, for this we have in all buildings here in our project. We can have a SIP account in all buildings.
You can do that, but if you enable that, okay, you cannot do the directly interwork call from one building to another building. Okay?
Why?
Because the VoIP port you are used for that reason, for that communication. I explain better. From the building M, where is that? I didn't remember. No, was sorry, M here. From the building M, you have configured that you can call the single building or all the building. When you push the button 101 in the page index of the building M, what happened? The microphone send the message to the MS1 of the building M. Okay? The MS1 of the building M send the connection of LAN 1, in this case, to send a VoIP message to the other MS1 in the Mosquia and send the message to the old zone. But the MS1 use the VoIP protocol. Okay?
Okay.
For this reason, we cannot enable this part. Okay? If you enable that, automatically you cannot do the other kind of a call. Okay? Or better,
Theoretically, on the network, it's possible to have both.
we can have both, but when we have both, we cannot have the live paging station interword. What mean? From the paging desk num M, I push the button 101 to call all the building of the Moschia. I push the button. The MS1 recall the message. When I finish to talk in my microphone, MS1 bring the message and send by TCP network to all the MS1, and each MS1 reproduce that message in each building, but not in the real time. This is the second way when we want to use the MS1 with the VoIP additional card.
So they have only one channel for message. It's the same for VoIP.
Yeah.
It's the same for other message.
Yeah. If you want to have from one building to other building the live call, live I mean in real time, okay? Of course, there are some few milliseconds of delay, but not many seconds, okay? Few milliseconds. We need to enable the interword call by VoIP. For us is just to check that, okay? But change this way of send the call. Is it clear now or
Yes,
more
very
clear?
clear. Thank you. It's clear.
No. Thank you to you because thank you for your question because with your question I can explain better some small things that not is so simple in other way explain. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. If you don't have a additional question, but if you have, please done. I suggest that we can do the lunch break. Good afternoon.
Hello, Marco.
Good afternoon, Marco. Sorry, we are late.
Don't worry.
No coffee.
Have you checked? Have you seen the system
Yeah, but
working again or no?
we find in physical different topology because here it's ring
Which
topology.
array topology? I didn't repeat, please.
The topology, the physical topology, it's not like
Okay.
what we see before.
But you didn't see your system before now?
No, it's the first time.
Okay. Now it's better, it's clear,
Yeah,
have
now
you
it's
understood?
clear.
Basically,
I have only one question about the two switches, master and standby. The
we don't
second,
have a master and standby. Always the two switch is switch on and working together
so why we don't have only one?
for security reason.
So not for redundancy.
You have a two switch, correct, for
Yeah.
each rack,
Yeah,
and both are working again.
yeah,
And,
together with the trunk between them.
Yeah, of course you have a spanning tree protocol where enable all the information go from one or the other switch, and
Sorry,
basically
I can't hear you. Sorry, Marco. Just 1 minute. Again, please,
okay,
Marco.
the switch have a spanning tree protocol where they enable all the, not all, but the port for both the switch, and basically the amplifier have the first port in the first switch, the second port in the second switch.
Yeah, and we
Okay.
have two spanning tree, one for inside, one for outside.
Yeah, more or less is all the switch working together, because you can, for example, disconnect one of the port and the system working again. Okay.
Okay.
Or theoretically, if you switch off one switch, the system working again, because you close the ring from the
Yeah.
other side.
Yeah.
Okay. What you can have a problem if you switch off the switch where you have connect the MS1. When you switch off that switch, you lost the communication with the other building. But
Normally,
internally,
no.
you lost.
Why? It's a ring. You can.
No, because you have only one port in MS1. If you switch off that switch, the MS1 don't talk with the other part, okay?
Yeah, but the
But
other is still speaking.
yeah, but the other thing, all the system continue to work.
Okay, so this is the concept.
This is the concept, and this is the reason why we have one MS1 for each building, and this is the reason why each building is a standalone in each building, okay?
Yeah.
Because we can have the totally audio instead, or if we have one fold of one device like a switch, okay?
Okay.
And the other interesting thing is that you can have here some suite, sorry, some device or in another rack, but for you the system is the same, okay? Because it's the network that help to decentralization of the device, okay? With the Ethernet rule, of course. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
We have one more question. Marco, do we have VIO IP1 here in GMA?
Yeah, you have
Where
one.
is it? Where we can find it? Because here we are in building D, we didn't find.
In
this-
the building B, in the Minareto, theoretically.
Okay.
I see in the Minareto, but I see that probably right now not is configuring or not connect in the void part. VoIP network.
So there is no configuration on it.
No, in this moment or right now, I didn't see any configuration in the side of a VoIP part.
Okay.
Do you have? I think you have a VoIP system. Do you have the management of the VoIP system, or who are in charge for that?
Can you repeat the question, Marco?
Are you the people that manage the VoIP part, or who?
Right now, the Chinese manage the VoIP part, but it is
Okay. Okay, the Chinese. Okay.
yeah.
Because we have adding that part, I didn't remember why. Probably because they asked to have the possibility to call by phone or by other position the single line or what you want, of course. But for the Miareto line, okay?
So I don't know. You mean use the phone to call outside, or what do you mean?
No, I share you. One moment.
Okay, okay.
Inside the building, B, you have the VoIP 1.4, okay, and theoretically is in the technical room S10 660, okay. Right now we don't have nothing enabled, but if we want, we can enable, for example, line 1, need to manage this part, okay, this and this part, okay. For example, I don't know what is your IP, I don't know, okay. When you have configuring that part and connect this port to the network of the VoIP part, you can enable this unit to call inside the building, of course. Okay.
Okay.
I created the virtual input, for example, con la con okay. what I do, I have created the virtual input and assign a page code, okay? A page code, and when you call this number, theoretically, you enable the call in that. Another way, you can use the call action wizard here. You can create a call action ID by adding the page code number to the base call action, or increase, okay. We next call base, and automatically create automatically. Okay. Theoretically, when you call, you write this number, and automatically you send the message in that configuration. Okay. If you want, you could configure the port, and of course you need to connect the port of the POS, VoIP to the your network with the VoIP. Of course, need to put all the information in this part. Okay. In your situation, you have only one VoIP in your system here in the building B. And of course, you can buy the VoIP this VoIP device, call only, sorry, I didn't save. You can call only the page code in your system, in your, sorry, word, okay? You cannot you can call only the page code inside of your word. But theoretically, if you have, for example, 999, and this is for all the building, I don't know, I'm checking, or I create a new one, and I want to go in all the zone, for example, okay. The P, sorry, I can choose the 001, and by this page code, I call all the Muschia, all the building. It's like a call with your microphone, okay? You can choose what you want. But of course, need to call when you when you call the internal number of the, for example, you assign at the post the number 500, okay? You push the 500 number in your phone. The system replay you, okay? In this moment, you write this ID. This ID is the zone or the code to have the call for all the building. If I create another call, and this is the another page code, for example, okay. With the 1002, you call only the zone, I don't remember the zone, but another zone, okay? It's clear?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry if I don't show very well. Yeah, they ask me the SIP extension and the proxy's address, but I close and I lost my configuration, but I hope you have understand.
Marco, please.
Yeah.
What mean paging port Ethernet?
Paging port Ethernet. Where? Here?
No, in our visit we found an equipment for the background. And this equipment have 4 ports. The label of this port is paging port. What's the difference between those paging and the page here, the logical page?
Do you mean the VE6?
Maybe yes. A black equipment with 4 ports, Ethernet.
Let me check if I understood correctly your question. One moment. No, sorry. Do you mean this port?
Yeah, exactly.
The VE6 is a VCA input mode with 6 input. We have one, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 port. Okay. But we can use also this paging port. This means that when you use the paging port number 1, you don't use this input, okay? Or this, or this. When
The same function.
yeah, but is an input. But pay attention. I can connect here a special kind of the microphone, okay? Not Ethernet cable. This is RJ45, but not for Ethernet connection. Now I explain you better. Sorry, with this resolution, not is so simple work. Sorry. One moment. Theoretically, in this port, sorry. Theoretically, in this port, you can connect this microphone. Okay. You can connect the VDAM1 microphone to the VE6. Okay. You can connect 4 of these microphones into these 4 ports. But in this situation, you lost the use of the input 1, 2, 3, or 4. One with the one, the second with the second, third, and so on. This is the functionality of this 4 RJ45 port. It's clear? I
Clear,
replay
thanks.
your.
Yeah. Thank you, Marco.
Okay. Other thing that you have seen in your tool? Nothing? There are, Marco? Marco, I thought hard regarding your question, and for this reason, my head is hot. And here I increase the air conditioner because, yeah. And probably more or less, I have an idea. The idea could be that we need to send a message from the pre-room technical room to the technical room of the C building with the parking, correct? Okay. The idea could be to create a new VLAN with one port in the building A PRIA room and one port in the building C technical room. In the building A, we connect only the Kubernetes port of the Tezira. This VLAN is go directly in one port of the C building, and this port we connect with the Kubernetes VLAN inside of the building C. What mean? It's like connect a cable between the Kubernetes card of Tezira directly to the Kubernetes LAN in the building C. And with that, we can create a background music from Kubernetes, the scheme that I showed you this morning. You remember when you called me the non-Vosia Kubernetes port, okay? And send this Kubernetes bundle directly in the zone of the parking or what you want. This could be the way to do that. On the other hand, we need to change all the configuration of the switch because we need to create the new VLAN only for all the switch, only for these two single port from the building A technical room of the PRIA room, okay, and the building C technical room, the main technical room of the parking.
Okay. Is a configuration.
This is possible, need to work in the switch configuration.
Marco,
Yeah.
excuse me, I told you that in this morning, and you told me that it's impossible because it can't work in different VLAN. I told
Yes,
you to
now
have a link with the new VLAN.
I told you that wasn't possible for this reason, but I didn't remember that in the Tezira we have a Kubernetes card. Okay, we connect only the Kubernetes card of Tezira directly with the C parking, but that Kubernetes card we don't connect with the other VLAN, only with that. Okay. If you could ask me to connect other building, I reply isn't possible. But if you need to send only in the building C, one zone or what number of zone that you want, but only in the building C, we have a communication inside of VLAN, the Kubernetes VLAN of the building C, directly with the port of the Tezira, not the VLAN of the building A. No. Only the Tezira port.
If we need to connect it with the VOSA in building A, I mean in the ablution room and the parking, we can do it in the... Marco, if we need to connect even with the building A, the T0 one, it's the same source. We need to connect it with VOSA in building A and the VOSA in building C. We can do it?
No, we can do. But we can do another thing. Building A we have in the same technical room the Tesira and the VCA system.
Yes.
We can bring the output, an analog output,
Look, physical.
physical analog output, a audio cable between the Tesira output and the background input of the building A PE6. Okay, because it's very near, few
Yes,
meters
in the same technical room.
in the same technical room.
We don't buy the VE8 is the equipment
With the
that
IP.
you can send your input where you want without make different VLAN special
That's
connector.
why I asked if you have
Me is
another
better.
solution.
Marco, for me it's better at that point if they wanna choose to send that ADN, okay, in all the building, they install a new VI8, correct?
No, no.
In,
Yes and no. Yes and no. With the VE6, let me check.
no,
Be-
VE8, you tell me can make the call in live everywhere.
Theoretically, yes. Let me
Okay.
check.
Because if you install that equipment, we connect in BDA and then you choose, you can send where you want after. It's more easy because if not, you have to create a VLAN.
Yeah.
That switch
It-
they have different configuration. If
It's
you have to
easier from
swap
the
a
network point of
switch,
view.
you have always to check if the switch is installed there. It's different configuration. You miss something. It's better you have the same configuration. All the switches are the same you have now, and you have a spare switch. One switch there is the power supply don't function PoE, you swap, you put inside, you change the IP address, you finish. The same in your VDE system is like this, I think. You can charge your configuration, you send to the switch, finish. For this there is switch, the same switch everywhere.
Let
Same
me
in
check
Tesira,
because
the same in they have different configuration. Tesira,
was a
you change the
problem.
configuration, you send the configuration. Because that equipment for me yesterday told me is normally you have to use for do that. There's a special equipment for do that. If is V8, yeah, because don't work only inter word, but work the same outside. Okay. Yeah, for me it's better you invest some money there and you won't have a problem. You can manage easily.
I didn't remember. I'm check in the software, but I didn't understand why I cannot configure that. I'm
Because if not, you can do the same with the RVD that you connect.
che non mi fa.
Yeah.
Everywhere in the project.
What do we do now
But there
with
is
the
no
base?
connection.
C'era un qualcosa, forse nel mondo, una configurazione del mondo, option, c'era, mi ero imbattuto in questo,
Emergency o normali?
normale sarebbe.
Ok, eccolo qua. Adesso aggiungo. Giusto.
I'm checking. Ok, test 2 me lo fa.
Adesso.
Non senso 2.
E tu col control vorresti fare?
Con il V8.
Sì. Ok. Madonna, mi si è rimpicciolito.
Il problema è che se io creo una page code test,
Sì.
test 2, zone, mettiamo una zona qua,
Page code.
ok, save, o streamline deve essere
Source.
ok.
Analog, per
No.
esempio. Page code. Page code. Neanche a me li fa venire fuori.
In teoria il V8 comunque non riesce a fare l'intermondo. Pensa che era il problema che si aveva col discorso della, ti ricordi tu della metropolitana?
Sì, sì. Che è stato necessario mettere su tante per farlo.
Esatto.
Qua non te li fa venire fuori page code.
Anche a me.
Hai provato con tutte le sorgenti?
Ho fatto col V, no, perché con gli altri me lo fa fare. Allora, se io faccio una chiamata solo locale, me lo fa fare. Mi abilita il coso. Se invece faccio un qualcosa intermondo, non me lo fa fare. Proviamo infiniti. Vediamo se qua me lo fa fare. No. Marco, ho fatto una verifica,
Sì.
ma il V8, come ricordavo, riesce a fare la chiamata solo nel proprio mondo, non riesce a farlo intermondo.
E non c'è niente che può fare Intermondo.
Bisognerebbe prendere una delle basi di quelle customizzabili, ok, e buttargli dentro la cosa là. Diventerebbe come una base microfonica e dove si chiude il contatto, ecco.
Sì, capo.
Ah, ok, dove tu praticamente fisicamente è come se schiacciassi il bottone.
Sì,
Sì,
Ah, ok,
esatto.
schiacci il bottone, tu nel
E
tesino
mi
richiami il
diciamo
preset e quell'audio viene uscito e tu sei a posto.
esattamente,
Perché
sì,
non
che
sound
sono
custom.
riservati per
Sound
te.
base, special
Sono
wiring,
17,
for
se non
that.
sbaglio.
You connecting GPI into the ossia, GPI out the same if I press a button.
Quindi
And you make a new preset in Tesira. It means when there is a then, you recall the preset, you make the call of the prior, and the same time you activate the output of Tesira. That output analog get in the input.
perché avevo chiesto a Giulio e Giulio mi aveva
And you can send where you want.
era uno proprio quello lì.
And after you can choose.
Non so se sia effettivamente se faccia parte di quei 16, però se in 01 ci sono solo quei 16 lì, anche dubbio che siano quelli, che sia uno di quelli. Aspetta che vado dentro a vedere, perché sono qua di
No, live call, live call.
Sì, va bene, va bene.
If it's live call, it's still in third part of VC.
Or wait a second. Ma se gli facciamo, se loro con il VD si fanno la distribuzione con il Dante del Tesira, con un RX Dante in ogni building,
Sì,
è la stessa roba, possono fare anche così.
sì, posso farlo anche così, certo.
You can buy that equipment, you connect into the switch, Tesira have Dante, example, you can go through your VD.
And
You have
Vosia
PO
also have Dante.
Yeah, you have your POA in the switch. You connect that. You make the IP address of the Tesira in that equipment. You connect in the input in every video you need to send your ADN. Then you connect in Vosia and you send the ADN.
So we have to buy
To
this,
buy some
part
equipment,
and-
they are converted Ethernet to Dante, to analog. They are digital to analog. You can do like this.
We don't have to buy a VIA.
No, VIA not make the same problem of the VIA6.
The V8
Marco, if it's like
That-
this, why we didn't send directly on? Why we didn't?
Perché Dante c'è creata la VLAN Dante nello switch, ossia esempio primario e secondario, però non ci sono untagged port.
Esattamente, laddove ci servivano le abbiamo tirate fuori,
Ok,
laddove non servivano non le abbiamo tirate
però
fuori.
realmente potremmo tirarle fuori dove servono, la stessa maniera qua, in alcuni switch, e gli si collega, non so, un'interfaccia Dante con output e vanno nell'ingresso V6 e poi fanno quello che devono fare.
Certo, bisogna acquistare N dispositivi di uscita, uno per ogni building, certo.
Esatto. Ok.
Però
We can
va
do
detto
this.
una cosa però, che le VLAN del PA sono separate dalle VLAN del multimedia.
Because Tesira, the system Tesira, rack Tesira and rack Vosia is completely separated. It means you have to cross that.
One cable between the
No,
two
no, no.
switches in building.
We have two different network.
They are completely different.
Separate the
No,
two.
but the Dante inside is the same. The Dante VLAN.
No, it's
No.
another name, another tag, VLAN. It's different. They are not the same.
It's different fiber optic. It's different fiber
They are
optic, different.
link, different switch. They are completely separated because they want to match together the two systems. Because EVAC is bigger and have to do in security. Tesira, okay, I don't function the sound, okay, but EVAC is security system.
For this reason, what I suggest to you was enable a single port of the EVAC system in the technical room of PRIA room A, but a port of the EVAC switch with a port of the switch in the building C of the EVAC system. Only the two port, and connect the single port with a cable to the Tesira, not cross one system with the other, okay? Because the Tesira network, the multimedia network, is completely separate of the multimedia, sorry, of from the evacuation system.
All different link. There is no communication between Vosia and Tesira now.
No.
Zero.
This is building C.
Yeah.
This is building A.
Okay.
This is
Tesira.
Lucia. This is Tesera.
Perfect.
Now we have input here for Imam.
If you see in this schematic,
Yeah.
This is
these are,
all
this is,
It's not
the,
connected to Tesira. It's connected to Vosia.
my
Okay.
mistake.
this is the fiber optic for
So
the two systems.
we should create a link here. Anyway, we should create a link to have this one
No,
here.
I can create only a link audio analog between that and the input. And then I move the CobraNet. The CobraNet I have already. I move only the CobraNet because that they are connected together. But here
This is
there is
the
no
fiber
Tesira.
optic connection.
There is no Tesera.
We have a PR loop
Here, this
and a multimedia
what we
loop.
discussed this morning. This port, it's third part with the CobraNet protocol. Yes, yes or no?
Oh, what they wanna do? That create a CobraNet or that building have a CobraNet interwar. They wanna make a VLAN as a special trunk between that and Vosia. Vosia, that cable get into Tesira, only Tesira, not in the switch, in the Tesira server, because Tesira server have the same the amplify, okay? And there is special card only CobraNet. It means that audio go direct in the C.
And you,
Ma if you had to send to another, or you connect that building, but you make another link, because you make a special link between that and that. Only for the parking. That one was the first idea. If not, you had to use Dante, because the Zero have another Dante. You can go through your VD, and you can go in all the building wherever is the other.
just step by step. This micro, this
This
microphone
micro.
is here
Analog.
in building D, analog.
Analog.
If now I want to pass a message to building A from here, can I select a page for this input and put it in building D? It's possible because all are Vosia. Yes or no?
That microphone.
Can you repeat the
analog,
question?
Yeah.
No. You can go with the special microphone of Vosia.
If it's for Vosia,
Okay.
we can the input here we can do a link with Tesera as input, the output of Tesera analog as input
you have,
in
now when you make a call for the prior is the imam, correct?
Yeah.
Talk in Tesira.
Yeah.
And the output you have from Tesira.
Yeah.
The output from Tesira you can have Dante with the special card Dante in
you
Tesira
can't have
server,
it analog.
and you have analog, physical analog, okay? And you can go where with that analog? In the building A. When you wash your feet, okay, ready for go. Okay, perfect. But if you have to go in
Outside.
building C, in the Vosia speaker, you have to send that analog, you have to convert analog, digital, take you the way you wanna, okay? And reconvert digital analog to get in the other input of the Vosia in building C.
That's what, like that we
After
avoid
it,
the MS1 of
you go
building,
through
build,
VD, you go through Vosia network, you go through Tesira network, no, because there is no Tesira. You can go on, or you go with passive link. Fiber directly, point-to-point fiber,
like
and
this,
use to converter.
like this, we pass the MS1 and we connect directly to the MS1 of building C.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this, we don't need any VLAN. We just connect as physical.
If you have physical, but you need equipment to convert
Just to
analog in
convert,
digital,
just
digital
to
in analog. Analog.
Okay, clear?
Is only a link between the building. You can go through your VDE or through Vosia, because Vosia go in every building. Tesira no. Tesira go only through building A, building B. Finish. Tesira, there is no other link. There's only
Yeah,
physical link.
that's why I told you. I don't know if it's possible for analog audio, but there is a fiber converter for example, for phones, for other kinds. If
Oh,
there is
for analog fiber, if there is expensive. Because example MAD is fiber, but is expensive. Is another protocol, is not Dante. Dante is better, you go through your VDE. I told you, you create a new VLAN in your VDE. Your VDE is in all the building. In all the building, you can make untagged port on that VLAN. You connect an equipment. You can use the equipment, make conversion digital to analog or analog to digital. It's the same.
Pay attention that
Analog to
you
digital
have
in Tesira. Digital to analog when you have to receive the
pay
output.
attention to have the Dante into all the Vosia system network. Need to configuring again about 50 switch, not only one. Okay, because all the switch need to be configured with the new VLAN number, target, and so. Okay, it's possible, but need some work. Okay. My idea was to be very simple and have the communication directly from building A to building C. But if you want to have the possibility to send where you want, the idea of Marco is correct, but need to change the configuration of all the switch and adding a card for each building. Okay. The other possibility idea should be to use the VoIP call, but I didn't have any device to send a VoIP call. You need to bring the audio from Tesira and send in your system and manage all that part.
The same, you can take, I don't know if it's an ATA, a conversion, analog to, if you have some conversion, you can go in your VDE in VoIP, after through your VDE you can arrive to the input, the equipment in Batimon B. You can do the same. For me, it's more better you use your VDE. You don't touch nothing on it. It means you have the same configuration in all the switch Vosia, because it's a security system. Your is a network. For me, it's more better you do that. You make different.
È ancora più semplice scrivere un microfono di quelli sì, programmabili, segui i tasti.
Sì, sì. Così follow il page diretto.
like
Quello
this
è-
security, I think it's not good.
Because if not, Marco mi dicevi che sono quelle basi programmabili, giusto?
Sì, bisogna capire se sono ancora disponibili, francamente, perché non è detto che sia ancora disponibile.
Ah, ok. Because maybe was, I don't know now check was a special base. You can custom base, and you can connect directly the audio there, and then you can make a call, page call directly. If is
What about V8?
that one, maybe example, you can write with your audio directly. It became a base, is a converter audio. You can write with analog audio, and you connect to Vocia, and you finish. We have to check the more easy
A microphone,
solution.
and when you general purpose input or by serial port, you choose where you want to send this microphone and open the call and close the call. It's like to have a call by microphone.
Se fai una connessione Tesira con il GPA, quando richiami il preset, gli chiudi il contatto, sente la chiamata, la preghiera, e quando finisce, che cambia il preset, torna normale.
Sì.
Questo lo puoi mandare in giro dappertutto poi, giusto?
Scegli dove mandarlo, certo.
Oh, that equipment, if is available, that equipment is ready for do that.
Where we can install this equipment?
Batima A. Out Tesira analog into that, connect to Vocia, and you can make a call interval.
And after that you can receive it with MS1.
Exactly, that one, if is available.
Oppure se loro hanno una base microfonica in più, possiamo usare la base microfonica in più.
If you have a base plus, I don't know, I have to ask Omar because I don't know which spare part you have on the system, because for me, I never check. You can use the same normal base. You can use that because you can connect audio. Okay, you can connect the same audio there. If you have a base plus, I don't know if there is or not. Maybe you have spare one of that, and you can do like this. Ali, after you can make new configuration on the Vocia. You have to make configuration on Tesira. It means when you choose the preset, easy way, I close the contact I connect physically to Vocia, and start to send audio. Finish there, then I choose another preset, or in the preset of Tesira, we have to do another button, okay, add in, it means I want to send the audio everywhere. You have to change configuration. Little bit Tesira, little bit Vocia. But if you have that, you can do.
Mark, according to the topology that we saw before, this is equipment. This is the switch.
Yeah.
This is one word.
Yeah.
This is inbuilt in C.
Yeah.
Here, this is RG45.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one can't pass 29 meters, but to go to building C. Why this port the same with like this normal microphone? I think we can have this with the RG45.
Yeah, it's a base. It's a base. Yeah.
And it
Vocia
could be one.
base.
It could be one of these.
Yeah.
So we connect directly to built-in A.
Yeah, we can do that. I show you now. If you have a base plus, but you don't have to use the microphone on the base, because now the system is base connected to Vocia, and you call and you talk. Okay. If you remove the microphone, you can connect that audio. Yeah. Is now I told you. If we have one base spare, we can do like this. I don't know if we have spare. For me, we don't have enough until now. one there is two example.
We forgot one point. The switches that we sold, extreme switches. Is there any license on them or?
No, there is no license. Correct, Marco. In the switch stream network there is no license because the license is only AVB, but there isn't here AVB.
Ripeti perché si sembrava...
La licenza, non c'è nessuna licenza installata sugli switch, gli stream network.
C'è in alcuni la licenza AVB, sì.
Ah, c'è in quelli del Tesira però.
Sì.
Ok, only in the Tesira system there is AVB license. AVB license.
For what?
Audio.
It's a Dante.
No, it's different to Dante. It's a standard EAE AVB. Because maximum is 1 millisecond of latency. Dante you can choose with latency. If you pass 1, 2 switch, normally you set 2 milliseconds, Dante. If you pass more than 2 switch, you set 5 milliseconds. If you install, you pay the virtual sound card on your PC, normally start from 4 milliseconds until 10 milliseconds, okay, Dante. AVB maximum is 1 millisecond. It's certified for 1 millisecond. Standard IEE. Qual è lo standard AVB? IEE per la latenza massima di 1 millisecondo, se non ricordo male.
Non mi ricordo.
I check and I send you. It's a standard IEE AVB.
Ma non, cioè, qual è il problema della latenza? Cioè,
No, ma no, è perché è certificata. Loro sono IT e quindi gli do le specifiche, mi chiedono sempre le specifiche per queste cose qua se sono roba che interessa a loro. And on the switch there is the license installed. Tesira.
Other switches.
Yeah.
And it is the same switches.
It's the same switch with
Same
the
brand.
license installed. Yeah.
ok, have you other question?
Walid, no question. You want another coffee?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I think today we don't start the Tesira part, correct? Or you have time? I don't know.
Ok, maybe we can do, possiamo fare un'oretta secondo, an hour, for half, we can, an hour we can do. Un'ora possiamo farla, se vuoi.
Okay. We switch off, we close the VOCIA system, but if you have tomorrow other question, I'm here, okay? I'm closed. One moment. Io avrei tolto alcune slide.
Allora condividi.
Cioè, nel senso, le ho nascoste più che altro.
Sì. Ah, ma puoi fare quello che vuoi, tanto ne ho le copie.
Ok.
Condividiamo.
Ok, condividiamo. Allora, faccio partire. Ok. Tesira. We have a lot to think of Tesira, but of course, for your use, probably we cut some part because normally with to have a complete training of the Tesira, we ask today. Okay. What is Tesira? Tezira is a series of device, a DSP audio, where with a DSP we can manage a number of input, output, audio, manage the audio inside of the network with different kind of protocol, and manage the path of the audio signal from the input, combine, change, elaborate with a EQ, compressor, mixer, what you want, and go at the one or more output. The output could be physical output or network output. Okay. Tezira can manage the AVB protocol, but also can manage the Dante protocol and the Covenant protocol. It's important to understand that Tezira born with the AVB protocol, and to have the maximum userful interface and powerful of the DSP and the interconnection system, need the AVB protocol, audio video bridging. Okay. The Tezira platform have a different kind of object. We have the configurable DSP server. We have the fixed I/O DSP, video part, microphone, expander, amplifier, and control. Here we don't speak of the video DSP and the microphone because you don't need.
Yeah.
We expone or explain all the other parts. We have two kinds of DSP, Tezira server. The first kind is a DSP, only DSP. This server don't have any analog input, but is only DSP, powerful, and Ethernet card. This is like a virtual server with a huge power source of DSP. The second kind of the server is the server with the audio card, and you have in the pre-room this kind of a server where we can put inside the 1 to 12 slot different kind of card. Okay. In addition, we have the fourth card that is the control card. And normally we have the third card with AVB network card. Inside the hardware, the server, we can have one DSP card or adding as other two additional DSP cards to increase the powerful of the DSP. Regarding the network card, we can put the network card only in the slot 12, 11, and 13. And we can have AVV card, Dante card, and Covenant card. Maximum 3 cards. The SP card,
which is internal.
Internal, yeah. This is just internal. This is the network card, AVB, Dante, or Covenant. And the IO card, where we have 2 input card with or without ANC, green or orange card, analog input with ambient noise compensation, the blue card, analog output, black card, and POTS or VoIP card. POTS is for analog telephone line, or VoIP is for VoIP application. These are the 6 kind of the card that we can insert inside of the server. I go on. We have another kind of DSP. Puoi fare tu, che così prendo fiato.
Sì, tranquillo. Grazie. Okay. We have another category of fixed I/O DSP. Comparing to the configurable I/O DSP, we do not have possibility to keep with different routing options. So we have fixed input and output with different feature depending on the specific model of the Tesira. We have 2 different categories, Tesira Forte rack mount and Tesira Forte X. Now we are talking about Tesira Forte rack mount. As you can see, this is one rack unit, and the front panel is the same for all the different devices, but we have different description for the product. Starting from the first, Tesira Forte AI is audio interface. So basically, this model is not equipped with acoustic echo cancellation. It's basically a matrix with 12 input and 8 output. The Tesira Forte CEI, sorry, is the conferencing interface. So each of the 12 input are equipped by acoustic echo cancellation in a specific hardware chip. And this is the proper unit to perform conferencing by USB connection and sharing the devices on the network. The Tesira Forte VT is always 12 input and 8 output. In this case, we have acoustic echo cancellation and VoIP telephony. So this is the top level product, the one with the major equipment. Tesira Forte AVB VT4 is a specific model that has 4 analog input with 4 acoustic echo cancellation and 4 analog output. This is dedicated to the smaller room, always for conferencing, for sure, because we have the acoustic echo cancellation. Let's take a look to the back panel. Okay. The differences are clearer if you take a look to the back panel. When you see a green Phoenix connector, we are talking about normal analog input, so no acoustic echo cancellation. while the other model with the orange Phoenix connector identify the acoustic echo cancellation chip, as I said before. As you can see, we have a common features for all the model, and starting from the control port. This is the port for control the unit, so for external control system or for programming the unit by the Tezira software. Then we have an RS-232 connector for serial common string or similar. We have the USB, okay, the USB host connection. This is the connection that we have to use to connect the unit to our computer in order to use the internal routing of Tezira in the conference software, such as Teams, Zoom, or Meet. Then we have 4 GPIO that we can configure by the software as input or as output independently. And then we have the VT model and the VT4 model that are equipped with the VoIP telephony connection. The AVB VT4 is also equipped by an AVB only connection, as you can see from this specific LAN port. And this is dedicated to all the other product of the Tezira catalog that communicate between Tezira and itself by AVB protocol. And let's take a look to the other model. Okay, we are already talk about the connector and the line output. This is only a, okay. As you can see from there, the AI model that I showed you before is not equipped with a media network, so there is no AVB connection. Each version is available also with AVB connection. So all the models that we've seen in the previous slides are available also with AVB protocol enablement. So you can use 128 AVB channels, input and output, with the one single connection. In the same way, all the version that we see in the previous slide are available also with Dante embedded protocol. So this is a Dante hardware chip, not software. So 32 Dante channels available. The USB interface can be configured in different way. You can configure it as speakerphone, so the typical configuration for conferencing, one channel in and one channel out. Alternatively, you can configure the USB connection with as only input, only output, or input at output with a different channel count. This is really useful for acquire analog signal with a software, so to use the Tezira as a sound card. Okay, the VT4 is the only one that is equipped also with the telephone line and VoIP, so the hybrid telephone interface, and the 2 VoIP line. Okay, this was an end-of-life connection in our opinion, because nowadays it's quite difficult to have a system which includes a telephone line in this with this protocol. Okay. Each Tesira is programmed with a default configuration. Okay, both for Tesira software. Tesira software is the software on the left, where you design the layout and the processing for the DSP. As you can see, it's an open chain DSP. So differently from Vosia, where we have a fixed chain for processing composed by equalizer, limiter, and delay, you can customize your processing line based on your needs. So you can one input from Dante, one input from the analog channel, the analog routing, and so on, and you can manage with the DSP object that the Tesira software offers in his layout. On the right, we have Canvas, which is the software that you have to use to design a user interface for Tesira. So you can simply drag and drop a DSP object from Tesira software to Canvas to control and to customize the user interface. Then we have another different category of Tesira Forte. These are the most recently added product. It's the Tesira Forte X. You have Tesira Forte X 400, 800, and 1000 X600. The difference are basically as you can see, the number of channel of acoustic echo cancellation. So with X 400, you have 4 cancellator and so on. As you can see, this is a half rack, so is a quite compact unit, mostly dedicated to conferencing, just because, as you can see, we have less analog routing than in the rack mount model. We have only 2 in and 2 out and 5 LAN port. This LAN port accept both Dante and AVB. So you can configure this as a little embedded switch, just to explain the concept. And you can spread the protocol Dante, AVB, and also the control in all the 5 ports. Obviously, this is a configuration that you have to apply from the software. As you can see, you can mount in a standard rack mount kit, the RMX 100. Okay, this is what I was saying in relation to the equipment of the back panel. 1 LAN port for control and VoIP, and 4 for AVB Dante. The 4 port on the right are PoE plus, so you can also power up several devices with this connection. Anyway, from the software, you can merge the protocol and you can configure the embedded switch in the way that you prefer, if you want VLAN isolation or if you want all the protocol in all the ports. Then, as what I was saying is that we have 2 input and 2 output analog. The IC obviously can be applied to the media network and to the analog input. Okay, so you can use the cancellator in all the kind of signal. At the end, on the right, we have 4 GPIO, input and output, that we can configure as we want. The great news related to this device is that we have this automatic procedure for the setup that is called launch. And it's based on the BIAMP algorithm that allow the system to measure the RTA in the room, so the real time, the reverber time in the room, and adapt the level, the filtering, the limiting of the system. Obviously, this algorithm works only with BIAMP equipment, so you have to use Tesira amplifier, Tesira microphone, and so on, because you have to know the response in frequency of the device that you are measuring with this algorithm. Maybe it's not really interesting for you, but just to know that exists also this possibility. Obviously, when you use the launch, the automatic algorithm for calibration, you cannot edit the layout on the left, and you cannot create a user interface because the unit will be controlled only by a web page. Okay. I pass to other because you don't have video equipment. Basically, we have an encoder and a decoder that use AVB to transfer video signal within the network. These are not PoE device, and as you can see, we have the same configuration from the network point of view. One port for control and one port for AVB. By the software, you can customize the converging or non-converging of the network, so you can also configure a one cable connection, so control and AVB in a single network. These are the microphone that you can use with the Tesira Forte X in order to use the launch procedure. But as Marco said before, is not interesting for you. The expander are quite interesting because this is the way in which Biamp decentralize the system. So if you need further input, further output, analog input, analog output, USB, Bluetooth, or another other IC input, you can use this kind of equipment that can be used with the Tesira Forte rack mount, Tesira Forte X, and also with the Tesira server that Marco explained before. We have several kind of expander. The Tesira X-in, which are 4 normal, let's call normal mic line input. Okay, so 4 mic line input for decentralized. Then we have Tesira X-IC with 4 IC input, as you can see from the orange Phoenix connector. Okay, Tesira X-out that is equipped by 4 line output, and the XIO, which is the hybrid 2 input and 2 output device. As you can see, all of these devices has only one port for connection. So in this case, power, AVB, and control use a single port to communicate with the server or Tesira rack mount device. The last expander is the Tesira X Mod, which is a modular expander that you can fit as you want, with 4 line input, 4 line with IC, or 4th line output card, and you can use at least 3 of these cards. Tesira X UBT is the expander that allows to decentralize the USB and the Bluetooth connection by the network. This is really useful because normally USB extension is a really tricky situation in a conferencing system because extenders are not so reliable, and while using the network to extend this kind of connection is really useful and really reliable in terms of functioning. Okay. This is a small switch that replicates the back panel of the Tesira Forte X. As you can see, 1 port and 6 port. 2 different model, one with AVB and one with AVB and Dante, as you can see from the final letter of the code. Okay. There is also a quite huge list of Tesira amplifier. We start from the smaller one, which is the AMP450P, which is dedicated to another time to conferencing room. So you can install it over the ceiling and connect directly the ceiling speaker, powering the unit by the PoE plus switch and using AVB to transfer the signal. It's available in two different versions because you can use Phoenix Euroblock in the upper one, while you can use a RJ connector for specific biamp speaker that are equipped with the same kind of connection. AMP A460H is a simple analog amplifier, so nothing to say for input and for output, no network, and only deep switch on the back panel to set up filtering, bridge, and so on. Starting from the AVB amplifier, we have several different versions, 4 or 8 channel with different power rating, and they can all work in low impedance or 70-100 volt. Okay. Talking about control, there are several ways to control a Tesira system. Basically, Tesira has not an internal control system, okay? But you can use a text protocol just like OSIA. So we have a Tesira text protocol, TTP, that you can use to control Tesira from the outside. So if you have a third-party control system, you can use this protocol to control Tesira from the outside. Internally, you can use the different control panel. For example, we have also the possibility to install another expander that is only dedicated to logic connection, okay? Or alternatively, to control the system, for example, volume and source selection per zone, or preset recall, or system mute, this kind of interaction. You can use TEC1 or TEC1S, it depends on the mounting system, to set up the control by the software. There is a specific DSP object inside the Tesira software that allows us to assign control and to define how the system have to be controlled with this kind of control panel. We have also the HD1, a tabletop dialer. This is the main scope of this device is to use with the VoIP or with the telephone. So there is also in this case, there is a specific object that allows us to properly configure the dialer in order to work with the VoIP line. This is the last introduced control panel from Biamp, the Aprimo series. We have TechX 1000 and TechX 2000. The difference is related to the rotary control. Okay, the TechX 1000 is equipped by a rotary control and a maximum number of 6 touch buttons, while the TechX 2000 can be programmed with up to 12 touch buttons. Both are PoE plus powered, and also in this case, you have a specific DSP object inside the Tesira software to define the graphic and the control feature of the panel. Okay, as I said at the beginning of the control task, you can control from the outside. by RS-232 Ethernet, by the Tezira text protocol. And there is a simple and a really easy to use TTP calculator on the Tezira Cornerstone, which is the support portal of BIAMP, that allow you to calculate the proper string to control a specific level, a specific mute, or the routing inside the layout. Okay, from the management point of view, I don't know if these slides are active. No. I assume that for the catalog, we have seen more or less all the devices that are included by BIAMP. For the management, okay, we have SageView software, which is a management software, okay, that can provide an overview of the BIAMP device from by the network. Okay, you can use SageView local or remote. And the good things is that it is totally free for the moment, so you can monitor your system from the outside, from remote. Okay. As I introduced before, there is a specific software that you can download from the BIAMP website, which is the Tezira software. You can see a screenshot on this slide. When you open the software for the first time, you have a blank sheet. So you can, this is the main meaning of open chain DSP. So you can introduce processing totally free, and you can use the I/O routing, both analog and media network, indifferently inside the layout to route the signal from and to each of them. This is an example of a really easy layout. We have the 8 input that are the 8 analog input, maybe, of Tezira. We have 8 parametric EQ, an auto mixer, okay, and a matrix mixer to route the signal output from the auto mixer to the 4 analog output channel. These green blocks are dedicated to signal transfer between different partitions. As you can see, you can configure different partition, so different layout with a single unit or with more units. The system is really elastic from this point of view. Tezira 40X, as we said before, you can use as a rack mount, but you can also configure by itself with the BIAMP launch algorithm. And we can have a different network topology. Okay, as I said before, you can use one connection for control and one connection for AVB. This is true for AVB model for sure, obviously. And you can use 2 different networks. In this case, to reach one expander, as we see the XIO in the lower area of the slide, you have to connect this to the AVB network. In this case, we are using 2 separated networks. The PC can reach the expander by the Tezira that act as a proxy for the connected expander. In single cable, you can use only the AVB port to connect both Tezira and the expansion, so the XIO, but also a peripheral, such as the amplifier. And with a specific software configuration on the network configuration, you can program and control Tezira and the expander with a single cable. As you can see, the control port is not connected to a switch. If you have a really small system, you can also use a power injector to power up the expander and to use your PC connected to the control port. In this way, you have a no switch mode that works very well in a small situation. Obviously, your computer and Tezira hardware must be in the same IP subnet to communicate. Okay, so to program Tezira, you have to be on the same subnet. And you have to take care on how your own device are physically connected, if they are converging or not converging, single cable or double network. Okay. Right. While we were talking about the different Tezira models, we saw that Tezira is available both with Dante and AVB. Okay, AVB is the main protocol that Biamp has chosen in the past as media signal, but obviously you have to be open to other protocol in order to work with third-party device such as Dante microphone or Dante speaker and so on.
For example, in the PRIA room and the VIP room, you have the Tezira with IVB. In the multimedia room, you have a Tezira Dante because the Tezira spoke with the console Midas with the Dante card inside. For this reason, each application need or you can choose different kind of Tezira.
Okay, this is the configuration of the Tezira Forte X. We discussed this also before, and it's quite the same. Okay. This is a common application with the optional Tezira Connect TC5, which is a simple AVB switch with the license already installed. As you can see, in this case, we have also Dante because the model is the TC5D. Okay. This is the same explanation in relation to AVB. Okay. Okay. This is the presentation that we used in the past for the official certification for Tezira system. So there are a lot of exercise that you don't need to take into consideration. Okay. Tezira software, as we've seen before, it's an easy to use software for system design. Okay. You can also perform all the maintenance activity on the DSP, so firmware upgrade, network configuration, and so on.
I would like to clarify a very important thing. Software version and the firmware version could be the same aligned. Okay. For D0, if the firmware version of the Tezira is, for example, 3.4, you must use the software 3.4, not the software 7, 8, or what you want. In particular, if you don't have the software, you go in the web browser, download the last version. You can connect to the system and see the system with the last version of the software. But if you need to change something and send the new configuration, don't use the last version of the software, because could be that some small thing is different compared with the firmware inside of the hardware. For this reason, you have a software installed in your PC, and it's better use that software to change the configuration of the Tezira, because you don't have only the Tezira when you change the software. and the firmware. You have the Tesira amplifier, control panel, expansion, a huge number of devices, and all the devices should have the same firmware version. Okay, it's important at this point to in the past a lot customer call me after they have download the last version, create a new layout, move, put, and call me because don't work. I bring a hammer and send them a hammer by courier to send in your because they call me after create the problem. No, pay attention. It's important to have the same firmware and the same software. Okay. Sorry, Matteo, if I stop you.
Good point. Okay. Obviously, you have to use this software with Tesira Server, Server IO, Tesira Rack Mount, and the Tesira Fortex in the manual configuration mode, which is different from the launch algorithm. First time you launch the software, you have to choose between audio or video partition. The partition is the area where you design your layout. If you select audio, you will use only audio blocks because audio and video have different DSP block dedicated. The second choose is the possibility to made up a Tesira Forte only layout, a Tesira Server only layout, or layout compatible with both Tesira servers and Tesira Forte. This is why the two device has a different feature from the card equipment. Okay. You can also select this option to remember the setting. At this point, this is the first step, the first layout, empty layout. Okay. In this area, you have all the DSP block split into different category. For example, input output, routing, so matrix, dynamics, filtering, equalization, crossover, time code, control, and so on. Okay. On the left, you have the partition and the bird view for the layout. On the right, the property of the selected block. Obviously, you can drag the toolbars, you can customize the software as you want. Okay. We have a huge number of toolbar that we can use in several modes. The standard bar, which allow to start and stop the video or audio partition, to open a new file, to create a new layout, and to save. Then we have this really important function that allow to compile a single partition or all the partition in the layout, and then the common tools for cut and paste or undo. The network bar is used for connect to a system or disconnect to a system, or to send the configuration to a Tesira system. These buttons start or stop audio in a partition, while with this very important button, you access to the device maintenance window, which allow you to perform a firmware upgrade, network setting, and so on. The format bar is to format text inside the DSP block. The layout bar allows us to swap from a different view to another, or to view the preset list in your system, to take a look to the DSP usage, and so on. These are graphic tool for packing object inside the layout. The audio object are the real DSP block. So as I said before, the first one is for input and output, and these represent the real input and output that keep the Tezira that you are using, so analog or Dante or AVB and so on. This is the routing section where you can find mixer or auto mixer or matrix mixer. This is the dynamic for the dynamic control, for equalize, for filtering, the mouse spied, for the crossover, for the timecode configuration, the control, and the sound generator. Here in the last one, you can load the filter, okay, for the speaker preset. If you create a video partition, you have also this specific object dedicated to video. We have also, as you can see, we have also routing, because Tezira and as other DSP dedicated to video does not perform video processing, but only video transportation between one encoder to one decoder. Obviously, in this way, you can create a virtual matrix, a virtual video matrix. Obviously, you can customize the positioning of this toolbar. Okay, each DSP block has his own properties. You can modify the background color, the block label, and so on. You can also block the block view. Then you have the system view, that is the window where you can take a look to the partition organization. The bird's eye, okay, that just in case you are configuring or programming a really big layout, so at a certain point it could be difficult to find the proper point to edit, so the bird's eye is quite useful. The output window, which show the compilation results and the system information about network clocking and other network specific function. The processing library, where you can find the preset for microphone and speaker developed by Biamp. So you can find the community, for example, loudspeaker, the Sono, or the Parley microphone. The preset manager, where you can find all the preset, you can modify the preset, you can exclude some DSP block from being controlled by the preset. The DSP resources, where you can find how much DSP is used by the layout that you are creating. And then, okay. Now we take a look a deeper look to the DSP block. In the routing, you have the real equipment of the hardware. So if your Tezira is equipped with VoIP, you can find the VoIP receive transmit, the hybrid telephone receive transmit, the ASC input analog, the standard input channel, the 4 output channel, and the same for the USB, for example. You find them inside the telephony and communication inside the input and output. Obviously, this changes from one kind of model and another. Okay, this is more dedicated to the microphone and to the amplifier that are not object of this training. Inside the input and output, obviously, we find also the AVB input-output, the Dante input-output, and the Covernet input-output. So this is the area where we can discover this function.
Of course, to use this card, you need to have the Tessera with or without one or the other kind of the card. If you use AVB input, you need to have the Tessera with AVB. If you need to use Dante, need to have the card with the Dante card. And if you want to have the covenant, like in your situation with the server, you need to have the covenant card inside of the server, of course. And for each of that, you can create 2 or more input for this kind of input-output signal. Inside of the device, we can have additional thing like the control port with a logical port or logical port, I mean contact, open, close, input or output, or control voltage channel. Control voltage channel is normally a control between 0 and 5 volt, and and by a POTS or something else, you can change a volume like the voltage inside of the POTS, for example. We have this kind of block, and we combine that with logic port like a Boolean port and or NAND, NOR, and so flip-flop or other kind of logical port. This logical port or control voltage could be, we have that inside of the Tessera, for example, where we have the single logical port, or we can have in other device like expansion block. AX logic, for example, is a device, a POA device with a 12 input or output logic port. By that, we can create a lot of interaction between like the logic status. Inside of the Tessera, we have a lot kind of tools to manipulate, to change, to elaborate the audio signal. We can have low shelf, level, matrix mixer, crossover, leveler. Leveler is like a compressor. True selector, Ducker. Ducker is a module to have a priority between 2 different signals. The first pass, the second, the sense, can cut the first signal and go over with the second signal. octave graphic EQ or other kind the EQ, parametric EQ, for example, standard compressor channel, gain sharing auto mixer or getting auto mixer, low pass filter, but many other kind of possibility of manage the audio signal. Okay, this is just an example. IC are the acoustic echo canceller card, but you don't need that. And I go on. Each block have the input and output pin. Basically, in the right part of the block, we have the output, and the left part of the block, we have the input. Normally, we see a layout starting from left to go back in the right. The logical input-output instead start from the top and go to the bottom. For example, we have the output logic below in the block, you see in this example, and go down from output, input, output, input, output, input. Okay? We can adjust or change the text inside of the block and the size. We can move the block and automatically the patch between the two blocks is changed automatically. When you want to change a block, you can right click and go in the edit block parameter and change, for example, the number or the particular feature of that kind of block. I can change, for example, this was a 2-channel level control. I want to change in 4-channel, go inside, right click, and change from 2 to 4-channel. For connecting, we can select one by one, but we can select all the pin of one block and drag and drop directly all the line to one module to another module. This is for all the block. To deleting one or more line, you can do the same. Select and push the delete button, or select all the line and push the delete button. Just you cannot connect an input pin with another input pin. It's impossible. You cannot create an internal loop because not is possible from the software, but sometimes we can create some particular situation where we can create some loop, like the last, but there are the possibility to create that, but not is so common this situation. This is the normal audio signal flow, and this is the normal logic signal flow. In addition, you can use the signal pattern identifier to check where is where the input is going during the audio patch. For example, sometimes you don't hear the data output, and by that you can understand where the signal is stopping or why you don't see the audio in that output. From my point of view, I could be that we stop
We
now.
had the same idea. We had the same idea because I saw their eye, they start to close. And
Yes, this is a huge
yeah, it's not a
device,
very.
as you can understand. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
We can
this is
continue
maybe.
tomorrow morning.
Okay.
okay.
See you tomorrow, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your
Thank you
question
for your
and your
attention.
attention.
Signature.
See you tomorrow.